prayers, I'll call on the member for Georgetown South.
Good afternoon. Let us pray. Almighty God, from whom all wisdom and power are derived, we beseech Thee so to direct and prosper the deliberations of the Legislative Assembly now assembled, that all things may be ordered upon the best and surest foundations for the glory of Thy name and for the safety, honor, and welfare of the people of these islands. Bless our Sovereign Lady, Queen Elizabeth II, Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, Charles, Prince of Wales, and all the royal family. Give grace to all who exercise authority in our Commonwealth, that peace and happiness, truth and justice, religion and piety may be established among us. Especially, we pray for the Governor of our islands, the Premier, the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, the Leader of the Opposition, Ministers of the Cabinet, ex officio members and members of the Legislative Assembly, that we may be enabled faithfully to perform the responsible duties of our high office. All this we ask for Thy great name's sake. Let us say the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The Lord bless us and keep us. The Lord make His face shine upon us and be gracious unto us. The Lord lift up the light of His countenance upon us and give us peace now and always. Amen.
Please be seated. The Assembly is now in session. I'd call on the Premier for the suspension of standing orders to enable us to carry on business after the hour of 4:30.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the suspension of Standing Order 10-2 in order that the business of the House may continue beyond the hour of interruption.
Question is that Standing Order 10-2 be suspended in order for the House to continue after the hour of 4:30. All in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Oath of Allegiance in due execution by Ms. Gloria McPhail-Nixon, the Acting Honourable Deputy Governor, responsible for the portfolio of the Civil Service, to be the temporary ex officio member of the Legislative Assembly.
Please stand.
I, Mrs. Gloria Michelle McPhail-Nixon, do swear that I will well and truly serve Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, and the people of the Cayman Islands in the office of ex officio member of the Legislative Assembly, so help me God. I, Mrs. Gloria Michelle McPhail-Nixon, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God.
Mrs. McPhail-Nixon, we welcome you again to be the Acting Honourable Deputy Governor responsible for the portfolio of the Civil Service, to be the temporary ex officio member of the Legislative Assembly. You may take your seat.
Reading by the Honourable Speaker, messages and announcements.
None.
Presentation of petitions.
None.
Presentation of papers and of reports. The report of the Standing Finance Committee on the appropriation, financial years 2020-2021, Bill 2019. To be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development, Chairman of the Standing Finance Committee.
The Honorable the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the appropriation financial years 2020 and 2021, Bill 2019.
So ordered. Is the Minister speaking there too?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64-7, Standing Finance Committee agreed that I submit to this Honourable House the report of the Committee on the Appropriation Bill for Government's 2020 and 2021 financial years, which has just been tabled. The Committee had its first meeting on Wednesday, the 20th of November 2019. In addition to that first meeting, the Committee had deliberations on 11 subsequent days, the last of which occurred earlier this afternoon, when the Committee met to review and approve the report that I've just tabled. The Committee therefore held meetings over a 12-day period. The Committee met to consider the items shown on the schedule to the appropriation bill, a function that is referred to the Committee by Standing Order 64-3. The Committee considered the schedule to the bill and agreed to all the appropriations requested thereon, but the following changes were approved by the Committee. First, a refinement was made to one appropriation by adding the words Coast Guard in front of its name to make it clear that funds voted for that appropriation should be expended solely on the operations of the Coast Guard. And numerical changes were made to 4 appropriations. First, the appropriation executive asset EA4 land purchases was increased by a total of $2.5 million for the 2-year period to enable land to be bought for conservation purposes. There was a corresponding $2.5 million reduction to another appropriation. 2, the appropriation with respect to Cayman Finance Services was increased to $750,000 for each of 2020 and 2021. 3, the appropriation equity investment EI-53 was increased by $1.2 million in 2020 to allow the remediation and reclamation of the Caibo Public Beach. EI-53 was decreased by a total of $2.5 million for the 2-year period. This amount was transferred to a different appropriation, executive asset EA4, with respect to planned land purchases for conservation purposes. And 4, a separate appropriation, transfer payment TP94, Superior Auto Apprenticeship Program, was created by the Committee for an amount of $150,000 for each of 2020 and 2021. The Committee also agreed to disbursements of an additional $22.3 million from the Environmental Protection Fund with respect to expenditures which are planned to be incurred in connection with the following environmental matters: the Integrated Solid Waste Management System, or ISWIMS, reclamation and remediation of the Caibo Public Beach, continuation of the iguana culling program, and the purchase of lands for conservation purposes. As the proceedings of the Committee have been broadcast publicly, there is no real need for me to provide much greater detail on the deliberations of Finance Committee with respect to the appropriation bill. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report to the House that a bill which is shortly entitled the Appropriation Financial Years 2020 and 2021 Bill 2019 was considered by the Standing Finance Committee, which is a committee of the whole House, and the bill was passed by the committee with amendments to the description of one appropriation, and there were numerical changes to 4 appropriations. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ombudsman Law 2017, Amendment of Schedule 2, Order 2019. To be laid on the table by the Honourable Attorney General, ex officio member responsible for the portfolio of legal affairs.
The Honorable the Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek leave of this Honourable House to lay on the table the Ombudsman Law 2017 Amendment of Schedule 2, Order 2019.
Is the Attorney General speaking?
Mr. Speaker, there is a section here for dealing with motion, at which time, with your leave, I will speak to the matter. Thank you.
Cayman Islands National Museum 2018 Annual Report, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Health, Environment, Culture and Housing.
The Honorable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House the Cayman Islands National Museum 2018 Annual Report.
So ordered. Is the member speaking?
No, Mr. Speaker, just to thank the staff and the board for all the great work they do.
Thank you.
Financial statements of the Cayman Islands National Museum for the year ended December 31st, 2018, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Health, Environment, Culture and Housing.
The Honorable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House the financial statements of the Cayman Islands National Museum for the year ended December 31st, 2018.
So ordered. Is the Minister speaking?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Anti-Corruption Commission Annual Report, 1st of July 2018 to the 30th of June 2019, and Executive Summary of the Anti-Corruption Commission 2018-2019 Annual Report, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Attorney General, as official member responsible for the portfolio of legal affairs.
The Honorable the Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, seek leave of this House to lay on the table the annual report of the Anti-Corruption Commission for the period 1st July 2018 to 30th June 2019, along with an executive summary thereof, Mr. Speaker.
So ordered. Is the Attorney General speaking?
Now, Mr. Speaker, the report and more so the executive summary is quite self-explanatory, and I would commend it to honourable members and the wider public. Thank you.
Annual Report 2018, Opening Doors to Wellness for Our Members, fiscal year ended 31st of December 2018. Cayman Islands National Insurance Company, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development.
The Honorable the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House the annual report of the Cayman Islands National Insurance Company for the fiscal year ending 31 December 2018.
So ordered. Is the Minister speaking?
Just briefly to commend the report to this Honourable House, Mr. Speaker, and mention that the report of the Auditor General for Synico was unqualified for the year. Thank you, sir.
CIDB, Cayman Islands Development Bank, annual report for the year ended December 31st, 2018, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development.
The Honorable the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of this honourable House the annual report of the Cayman Islands Development Bank for the fiscal year ended 31st of December 2018.
So ordered. Minister speaking.
Briefly, Mr. Speaker, just to commend the annual report to this honourable House and to mention that the Auditor General's report on the financial statements was unqualified but did contain two emphasis of matters with regard to the CIDB's dependence on the government for funding to continue its operations, and the fact that 53% of the CIDB's loan portfolio remains impaired as at the 31st of December 2018. Thank you, sir.
Portfolio of the Civil Service, 2018 annual report for the period ending December 31st, 2018, empowering performance together. To be laid on the table by the Honourable Acting Deputy Governor, ex officio member responsible for the portfolio of the Civil Service.
The Honorable the Acting Deputy Governor.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of this honorable House the annual report for the portfolio of the Civil Service as at 31st December 2018.
So ordered. Is the Honorable Deputy Governor speaking?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just briefly to confirm that the Auditor General, in issuing an opinion on the financial statement, has issued an unqualified opinion for the portfolio of the Civil Service, and to thank the hardworking members who comprise the wider portfolio of the Civil Service for another year of their hard work. And with that, I commend the report to the members of this honorable House.
Hazard Management, Cayman Islands, 2018 annual report, building resilience communities together for disasters of tomorrow. To be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Financial Services and Home Affairs.
The Honorable the Minister of Financial Services and Home Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move to table on this Honourable House the Hazard Management Cayman Islands 2018 annual report.
So ordered. Is the Minister speaking?
Just briefly to say, Mr. Speaker, I commend this report to the House and ask the members to read, as it is self-explanatory, but to also thank the work of Hazard Management Cayman Islands for all that they do in helping to build more resilient communities, and also just to give thanks generally, I am sure on behalf of all members of this House, for the passage of another hurricane season and the fact that we have not been negatively or adversely impacted. We've been spared once again this year, and to also say our thoughts and prayers continue to be with those in the Bahamas who are putting the pieces of their lives together.
Questions to Honourable Ministers and members of the Cabinet?
None.
Statements by Honourable Ministers and members of the Cabinet.
I have received notice, statement by the Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after numerous observations and complaints made to the Department and the Tourism Ministry, the Minister of Environment, in consultation with the Minister of Tourism, after careful consideration and investigation in regards to the Wildlife Interaction Zone, WIZ, and especially the Stingray City, has decided to place a temporary moratorium on WIZ licenses and cap the amounts of boats and passengers that visit on a daily basis. Thank you, members. Mr. Speaker, currently licensed vessels are not permitted to carry paying passengers into the sandbar area of the Wildlife Interaction Zone after 2 p.m. on weekends and 3 p.m. on public holidays. Also, licensed vessels are not permitted to carry more than 100 people per trip into the sandbar area of the Wildlife Interaction Zone, regardless of the total capacity of the vessel. Also, licensed vessels are not permitted to discharge paying passengers into the sandbar area of the wildlife zone if there are more than 1,500 people already in the area, and if more than 20 licensed tourist boats are in the area, and should not remain at the sandbar area of the WIZ zone no more than 1 hour per visit. Mr. Speaker, the ministry knows the efforts that has been made by the DOE and the current constraints it has on them. So we have teamed up with the Coast Guard attachment to assist us in upholding this moratorium and capping policy. Mr. Speaker, we are quite confident that these new measures put in place will not only give clear guidelines to the users, but to add a sense of safety and security to the visitors to our shores, whilst creating a better and more intimate experience. These new initiatives will enhance the Caymanian operators in the North Sound and protect especially Caymanian boat operators' businesses whose lives depend on the North Sound tour operations. Mr. Speaker, I must advise this Honorable House, the Councillor for Environment, Captain Eugene Ebanks, has also been working alongside the ministry to adopt some strict policies in boating safety on our Cayman waters. His endeavor is to have proper training classes for all boat captains in all sizes, and also issue boat captain license to all who are successful. We are also aware of proper boating etiquette with items such as lighting for night use, etc. So, Mr. Speaker, with the collaborative effort of the Port Authority, the DOE, and the Coast Guard, I want to thank everyone for their understanding and patience during this moratorium. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for West Bay Central, is the statement being passed around?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to add a few remarks to the minister's statement.
Note, Honorable Member, noting your involvement with the matter, I give you permission to make a few remarks that I think you have said.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, as I am the counselor for this ministry, I think it's important that I make a few remarks. Mr. Speaker, I am very well aware of the needs of the boat operators in the North Sound, Mr. Speaker. And I must say, it goes way back, as far back as when Mr. Norman Borden was the Minister for Tourism, myself and 3 other North Sound operators approached Mr. Borden about trying to get some protection for the little guys in the Sound who were being pushed out of the business even from that far back. Mr. Speaker, we have worked hard to find ways to protect the North Sound operators. Even though we operate in a free enterprise economy, the indigenous North Sound operators, Mr. Speaker, are unique in their own way. Even though we can't and we cannot continue, Mr. Speaker, to allow every Tom, Dick, and Harry to do as they choose and push and continue to push these little these Northtown operators out of business. They're the ones, Mr. Speaker, who created the biggest tourist attraction in the Cayman Islands, and yet they're being pushed out of the business because they cannot compete with the multi-million-dollar operators who already control 7 Mile Beach. And we have to do something. So this is one of the reasons, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry for the Environment and the Ministry for Tourism have decided to take these steps to try to curtail and give the tourists a better experience when they come, when they can go out with the smaller operators. They have a much better and a unique experience dealing with the Caymanians. So, Mr. Speaker, the initiative that Minister for Environment spoke about is an initiative I started over a year ago. It's the Cayman Islands Marine Training Institute. And primarily what this is for, Mr. Speaker, is boating safety and teaching boat operators the rules of the road, what's the proper procedures. A lot of them don't have a clue. A lot of them are operating boats, not Caymanians, operating boats for the first time when they come here. And that's why we've had a very unfortunate accident a few months ago where 2 individuals died. And it was just senseless the way it happened. So it's about time, Mr. Speaker, that we try to do something to curtail these dangers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just looking for the statement because I wanted to ask some questions, but I didn't want to be off.
I think they're just being handed out, and I'll give you time to peruse it if you so desire. Well, there's a few extraneous matters, but Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know the law, and I don't have it handy, but the law does have some restrictions therein on the amount, the carrying capacity for the sandbar in particular in Stingray City. It does, yeah. I don't have it handy. But now we are putting moratorium on businesses. unlicensed to go there. Will we be also enforcing, because I believe the law also specifically sets out that only locals can go there at a particular time on weekend, and I don't have it handy, I'm just from memory. Will we also be enforcing that at this stage? Mr.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, is it that these are now going to be enforced? But where does the moratorium come in then?
Mr. Speaker, where the moratorium comes in is the issue of licenses. If you will note, Mr. Speaker, I can give a brief synopsis of the amount of permits granted from 2017 to 2019. In 2017, 9 new. These were granted by the DOE, the Department of Environment, and they granted 9 new and 4 renewals, a total of 13. In 2018, the DOE granted 26 new and 69 total, including 43 renewals. In 2019, 46 new. January through October, 125 total, including 79 renewals. So it would be to put a moratorium on the licenses.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the minister can repeat those numbers. 125 licensed businesses are allowed to go to the sandbar?
Mr. Speaker, that was only what was done for 1 year. We have a total of 209. Now, if we do the math on that, Mr. Speaker, if only 20 boats, if only 2,000, yeah, if only 20 boats can go every hour, and they can only carry a maximum of 100, you could end up with 2,000 people out there. And likewise, if you did the numbers on if the sandbar is open for 8 hours for the day, and you looked at how many boats, paying passengers, vessels could go out there for the day, you would be looking at 20 times 8, which 2 8s are 16, that's about 160 boats per day. And there's 209 licenses. Well, they will be enforcing the 1,500 rule, 1,500 people rule. Maximum 1,500 people in the area at any one time.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, are we sure that 200 times 100 is 2,000?
200 times.
100?
Can you repeat that?
Ha! You say 2,000? Mr. Speaker, I understand what both those ministers are trying to do, but we're going to have a problem here. Whether we cap it, the moratorium or not, this thing we have tried to control this from the word go. The Premier and I were here many years ago when we put that in place. And Mr. Speaker, getting 15 times 8. Do we understand what's going to happen? They're going to have start at 7 o'clock in the morning to get 20,000 people, 20,000. We have 200 boats registered that can carry 100 each. Every hour. I don't know how we're going to do this, Mr. Speaker, but I know we need to control it. We need to control it. But it doesn't matter whether they go on time or not. If you're only allowed 1,500, so only 100 people can go in that boat, you're not going to get back the next hour because another 1,500 got to be there, and another 1,500, and another 1,500. That is the problem we're going to. Mind you, Mr. Speaker, I try and support the ministers and try to control it. The problem is it's lack of enforcement. We're going to have problems out there.
Yeah. I think if the Minister of Tourism could explain about the Coast Guard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition for his intervention, and as he said, trying to support. I believe everybody here is trying to find out what we need to do to control this issue, because we all have representation that it's a problem. So the law is clear. You have a copy of it, of what it is now. But you have absolutely said the correct thing. It is not being enforced. When the Coast Guard came here at Finance Committee, the question was asked, can you enforce, can you monitor the WIS zones, Stingray City being one? The answer was yes. And it's under the Premier. The Premier is in agreement, his ministry, to give that responsibility to the Coast Guard as they start operations. So from the standpoint of this ministry, the tourism ministry, we believe that the starting point for this, in conjunction with the minister responsible for the Department of Environment, is to stop and take a look of where we are, understand what is needed. The moratorium being in place means there will not be more licenses, and we can take account of what we have there. The enforcement being a joint effort now with more support and a different grouping being the Coast Guard lending. We believe it is something that has to be monitored on a continuous basis, but this we think is the prudent way to start, as we say, taking back Stingray City and the WIS zones.
A Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, I hear the Minister for Tourism, and I'm sure all of us on this side want to help with this, but I guess we should never have issued all these licenses. They should never have permissions to go out there. Because, Mr. Speaker, here we when I told you to take that Mr. Speaker, I don't know how, and I sympathize, I guess, with us, because the government gets no money from the tours that are conducted there, yet we have to vote money to manage it and to maintain it. I still believe government should be getting $10 off each person that go on this thing and all our tours so that we can maintain them. But be that as it may, and there's no future in the past, but with the majority of this is coming home to roost. The majority of the people who visit this place are off the passenger liners. They don't start disembarkation until 10 o'clock in the day.
Right.
You cannot get them on the standby with these restrictions on them. I don't know how we're going to do it. I sympathize with all of us. I don't know how we're going to do it because they leave by 2, 3 o'clock and leave 4. We've only got 5 hours. You can't, 5 times 15 is 5 times 1,500 is 3,000.
No.
4 to 500.
Yeah.
Jeez, I don't know what we're doing. I've been out in ages, Mr. Speaker, and I didn't know this was going on, and I sympathize with all us. I sympathize. Then we're going to have to do 7 days a week. That currently they can't go there on weekends. On holiday. The one coming up on the 19th, I hope no ship out in harbor.
Just an observation though, if they could dock up by 6 o'clock in the morning, they'll be walking off early, and they'll be walking off early to catch more tours. That's the only way to fix it. Not just enforcement. We need berthing facilities so that they can walk off and on much easier and much earlier. Just in case members have wondered why we are going on, I gave leeway because it's a very important matter, and the fact is that government members and I as a representative have been tackled often about this matter, and in fact recently the member for West Bay South, the councillor who's member for West Bay Central, and myself, we have been inundated with constantly, and in particular recently. And in fact, I should add this to it, that people are saying we want the cruise pairs, and this is one way that we will get business if we can. But they are saying you can't get it the way it is. The member for Northside.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to ask the minister how we're going to identify these licensed boats, because I go to the sandbar quite often, and I have no way of. I didn't see any flags or markings on these kinds of boats. And my other question would be, 20 licensed boats, we need to limit the size of the boats, because the size boats that go in are going to be hard to anchor, because you can only anchor on one side of the sandbar, depending on which direction the wind is coming from. And I go there and there's no space for me to put my little boat, so we need some kind of big markings on the boats.
Was the member making an observation or was asking a question?
Question, if the boats are going to have some markings that are easily recognizable by other people that they are licensed.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, thank the member for that question. They're supposed to display their WIS license.
Next subject then, next item.
Personal explanations.
None.
Obituary and other ceremonial speeches.
None.
Raising a matter of privileges.
None.
Government business. Bills. Third reading. the Appropriation Financial Year 2020-2021 Bill 2019.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill that is shortly entitled the Appropriation Financial Years 2020 and 21 Bill 2019, as amended during the Finance Committee review process, be given a third reading and passed.
Question is that a bill shortly entitled the Appropriation Financial Year 2020 and 2021 Bill 2019 be given a third reading and passed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The Appropriation Financial Years 2020 and 2021 Bill 2019 has been given a third reading and is now passed.
First readings. The Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2019.
The bill has been read the first time, set down for a second reading.
The Legal Practitioners Amendment Bill 2019.
The bill has been read a first time and is set down for a second reading. The Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your leave and the permission of this Honorable House, I'm seeking to defer the passage of that bill, the conduct of that bill, to the next.
Defer the first reading. Defer the first reading.
Thank you, yes.
Question is that the Legal Practitioners Amendment Bill 2019 be
Seeking guidance. We seeking to defer to the next meeting. So I'm in your hands as to whether we go through with the first reading or we defer all of that.
I think we should just, if we're going to defer it, we defer the first reading and defer the entire bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we get further.
Appreciate it.
So I will move the resolution that the Legal Practitioners Amendment Bill 2019 be deferred. All those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The Legal Practitioners Amendment Bill 2019 is now deferred.
The Trade and Business Licensing Amendment Bill 2019.
The Trade and Business Licensing Amendment Bill 2019 has been given a first reading and is set down for the second reading. No.
The Customs and Border Control Amendment Bill 2019.
The Customs and Border Control Amendment Bill 2019 is hereby given a first reading and set down for the second reading.
Second readings. The Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2019.
The Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2019. The Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to move the second reading of a bill entitled A Bill for a Law to Amend the Freedom of Information Law 2018 revision by replacing reference to the former Customs Department with the name of the newly established Customs and Border Control Service by removing from the application of the public interest test in Section 26.1 exempt records under Section 19.1a of the law to prevent the unintended disclosure of cabinet and national security exempted records and for incidental and connected purposes. That's a long title.
General, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as just outlined, Mr. Speaker, Clause 1 of the bill provides for the short title as well as the commencement of the legislation itself. Clause 2, Mr. Speaker, seeks to replace reference to the former Customs Department with the name of the newly established Customs and Border Control Service, and this, Mr. Speaker, is following the enactment of the Customs and Border Control Law 2018. Mr. Speaker, two separate paragraphs referencing this agency in Section 3.8, which defines the security or intelligence services for the purposes of application of this law, are proposed to be repealed. Mr. Speaker, these are the Department of Customs and the entity charged with the responsibility for customs and immigration matters. And its proposal is to replace those with what is referred to as a Customs and Border Control Service. Mr. Speaker, Clause 3 addresses the unintended impact or consequence, if you will, of a specific provision of the Freedom of Information Amendment Law 2018 coming into force in June of this year. And so, sir, to resolve the issue, this clause proposes to delete the words 19(1)(a) from Section 26, subsection 1, which contains a list of exemptions to which the public interest test applies. That is, Mr. Speaker, where access to an exempt record must be granted if such access would nevertheless be in the public interest, notwithstanding the exemption. In these limited circumstances, Mr. Speaker, disclosure is required regardless of any harm that will result or is likely to result from such a disclosure. Mr. Speaker, by way of background, the provision for exemption of records revealing government's deliberative processes was, as part of the 2018 amendments, repealed and restructured to recognize that not only the Cabinet and its committees, but also the National Security Council and its committees, His Excellency the Governor, and honorable ministers in their individual capacity are responsible for the formulation and development of government policy. This amendment sought, Mr. Speaker, to afford all records containing opinions, advice, recommendations, or records of relevant consultations or deliberations relating to the formulation or development of government policy a similar level of protection as was granted to cabinet records in the original Freedom of Information Law, which was enacted in 2007, and just balancing the right of access, Mr. Speaker, with the public interest in exempting from disclosure certain governmental information. However, Mr. Speaker, as part of this restructuring, the separate provision in Section 26 requiring disclosure of certain exempt records in the public interest was not concomitantly amended. As a result, sir, the application of the public interest test was expanded beyond what was initially intended. And so it was expanded to include records of consultations or deliberations of Cabinet and also, Mr. Speaker, National Security Council. Therefore, sir, Clause 3 is proposed to prevent the unintended disclosure of these confidential records, and Clause 1 proposes that Clause 3 be deemed to have come into effect on the 14th of June 2019, which was when the amended law came into effect, Mr. Speaker, and which is the same date, and as I said, which is the same date as Section 19 of the amended law when it came into effect. So, Mr. Speaker, this exemption provides space for the laborious work of policymaking, for those acting individually and collectively to reflect, Mr. Speaker, to deliberate, to agree, to disagree, to consult, to recommend, to weigh up, and evaluate considerations which may at times compete against each other. Ultimately, sir, this ensures that there is a robust process prior to making a decision or taking a course of action. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, this exemption continues to not apply to records which contain material of a purely factual nature, or reports, studies, tests, or surveys of a scientific or technical nature. Those, Mr. Speaker, will continue to be disclosable. This limiting provision in Section 19, subsection 2, was not amended as part of the restructuring, and this exemption, therefore, does not apply to factual material which may, when published or disclosed, further the objectives of the Freedom of Information Law, which was to promote transparency, accountability, and public participation in national decision-making, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just by way of notice, it is proposed to do a committee stage amendment which would deal with two things. The first amendment would be a clause, Mr. Speaker, that further clarify the impact of the data protection law. And the second aspect of the committee stage amendment would be a clause, Mr. Speaker, to ensure terms are used consistently throughout the legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I commend this bill to honorable members of this House. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Last call. Does any other member wish to speak? If not, Honorable AG.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank honorable members for their support. Thank you.
Question is that a bill entitled Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2019 be given its second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The Freedom of Information Amendment Bill has been passed. Read a second time. Yeah. Yeah. That's why we need these standing orders, because if we reach this point, we know it passed.
Trade and Business Licensing Amendment Bill 2019.
The Trade and Business Licensing Amendment Bill 2019, the Minister of Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise, or I beg to move the second reading of a bill short entitled the Trade and Business Licensing Amendment Bill 2019.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reason for this bill is that during the fourth round of the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, or the CFATF, Mutual Evaluation Report, it described a number of key findings in relation to the jurisdiction's anti-money laundering and countering financing of terrorism, commonly known as AML and CFT framework, and provides recommended actions for the jurisdiction in order to ensure its framework is enhanced. Mr. Speaker, one of the key findings described in the report is that a significant amount of real estate is sold directly by property developers without the involvement of real estate agents, and is not subject, Mr. Speaker, to any oversight by a supervisory authority. Mr. Speaker, as a result, the mutual evaluation assessors recommended that, given the risks that were identified in the National Risk Assessment, a supervisory authority should be appointed for real estate developers. Mr. Speaker, it was then recommended that the Department of Commerce and Investment be designated as that supervisory authority. On the 9th of July 2019, Mr. Speaker, Cabinet designated the Department of Commerce and Investment, DCI, by virtue of the proceeds of Crime Law 2019 revision, the responsibility for monitoring the compliance of persons undertaking property development within the meaning of the Trade and Business Licensing Law 2019 revision, and, Mr. Speaker, the subsequent sale of that property without using a real estate agent or broker. Mr. Speaker, the risk identified lies in the selling of real estate without the AML CFT supervision. Currently, Mr. Speaker, some property developers within the industry also have a trade and business license to sell property as a real estate agent or to sell property through a real estate agent through a real estate agent. Such sales, Mr. Speaker, would be captured by Schedule 6 in the Proceeds of Crime Law 2019 revision, or the POCL, as relevant financial business activities. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 14 of Schedule 6 of the POCL speaks of estate agency services provided in the course of business relating to the sale, purchase, or mortgage of land or interest in land on behalf of clients or customers. Mr. Speaker, there are other property developers, however, which sell real estate on their own behalf and do not have a trade and business license as a real estate agent, as they do not sell on behalf of their customers or third parties. Mr. Speaker, these developers would not be caught by paragraph 14 in the POCL, and this is a deficiency that needs to be rectified. Mr. Speaker, in order to include property developers selling property on their own behalf without the use of a real estate agent or a broker under the AML CFT framework, we have to integrate the process of registration under the Anti-Money Laundering Regulations 2018 revision, the AMLRs, and the licensing under the Trade and Business License Law 2019 revision, the TBL law. Amendments are necessary to the TBL law in order to create a more effective framework for AML CFT supervision and enforcement. This bill, Mr. Speaker, seeks to amend the Trade and Business License Law to provide that an application for a license or renewal of a license who is a designated non-financial business and profession, or the DNFBP, or who intends to carry out business as a DNFBP, must produce evidence of registration with the relevant supervisory authority as a condition for the grant or renewal of a license. So, Speaker, it also provides for the suspension or revocation of a license where the board receives a notice from a supervisory authority pursuant to Regulations 55J of the Anti-Money Laundering Regulations 2018 revision. The bill also introduces, Mr. Speaker, the new license categories of property investors and dealers in precious metals and stones. Mr. Speaker, the bill is arranged into 7 clauses, and I'll go through those. Clause 1 of the bill provides a short title of the legislation. Clause 2, Mr. Speaker, of the bill amends Section 2 of the Principal Law to provide for the definitions of the DNFBP's Property Investment and Supervisory Authority. Clause 3, Mr. Speaker, amends Section 3 of the Principal Law to provide that a person who buys or sells no more than 2 parcels of land within a 12-month period, not including the residence of that person, will not need a license under the law. Clause 4, Mr. Speaker, amends Section 18 of the Principal Law and provides that an applicant for a license or renewal of a license who is a DNFBP or intends to carry out DNFBP business must provide evidence with its application that it has registered with the relevant supervisory authority. Clause 4, Mr. Speaker, also amends Section 18 of the Principal Law for the fit and proper test to apply to an applicant. Clause 6 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, amends Section 29 of the Principal Law and provides that the board shall suspend or revoke a license where it receives a notice pursuant to 55J of the Anti-Money Laundering Regulations 2018 revision from a supervisory authority. Clause 7, Mr. Speaker, of the bill amends Schedule 1, Part B of the Principal Law and provides for the new license categories of property investor and dealers in precious metals and stones. Mr. Speaker, I do have some committee stage amendments. These would be specifically that have arisen during the 21-day consultation period, Mr. Speaker, and those will be dealing with the definition of property investment. Mr. Speaker, as I previously mentioned, a new definition for property investment was introduced in the bill. This activity was brought into the scope in order to capture persons involved in property investment without the use of a real estate agent or a broker, to ensure that these persons were supervised by a competent authority for AML and CFT purposes. But, Mr. Speaker, should be noted that the property investment was not identified as an AML CFT risk area by the fourth round mutual evaluation report of the CFA-TF. It was included to further strengthen the jurisdiction's AML CFT framework. Mr. Speaker, in order to provide a clear definition of property investment, a carve-out was included in Clause 3 of the bill, so that a person who buys or sells no more than 2 parcels of land within a 12-month period, not including the residence of that person, would be excluded. Mr. Speaker, the intention was to regulate the sale and purchase of land as a business. However, after some consultation, the ministry recognized several difficulties and unexpected issues that may arise with the proposed definition and carve-out. So, Mr. Speaker, it was therefore agreed to only address the key findings that were identified by the fourth round mutual evaluation report on the CFA-TF. And, as already stated, property investment was not in that scope. Mr. Speaker, that the second amendment was that the bill be amended by deleting Clause 3, as this was related to property investment. And 3, that the bill be amended in Clause 4 to allow, to the extent that information is required, the sharing of information for anti-money laundering or counterterrorism financing purposes between government agencies, public authorities, supervisory authorities, and competent authorities. And 4, and finally, that the bill be amended in Clause 7 by deleting property investor category. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this concludes my presentation on the bill, and I therefore commend the Trade and Business Licensing Amendment Bill 2019 to this honorable House for passage. For the second reading, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to? The Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, very, very, very briefly, just to say, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill and the presentation done by the Honorable Minister thereon. Mr. Speaker, when the Cayman Islands was evaluated in 2007 as part of the peer review for money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism, one of the weaknesses that was identified in the mutual evaluation report was as it relates to the real estate sector. And so, Mr. Speaker, the changes outlined by the Honourable Member are all meant to bridge that gap, if I might put it that way, in order to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the Cayman Islands is compliant when next we are due to be reviewed. In next year, Mr. Speaker, we have to go to what is called a joint group. That is, once we complete a 12-month review, which ends in February, we will be required to report on our progress. And as part of that exercise, we have to go to what is called the Joint Group of Americas, where our progress will be assessed. And it is important, Mr. Speaker, that we have these changes in place in order to be able to convince the FATF, who is going to be assessing us at that stage, that we have made not just sufficient but significant progress, Mr. Speaker, in order to be able to stay off any blacklist for these matters. And so the amendments proposed by the honourable member is really just part of an ongoing exercise, both by myself and the other Minister of Financial Services and the Minister himself over the last year or so, to have certain legislation amended and or new legislation enacted, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we are in a position to report not just on the technical compliance aspect of it, which deals with the legislation, but also that the legislation have been amended or enacted in time to provide sufficient lead time for effectiveness to be assessed. And so, Mr. Speaker, with those observations, I certainly would also join in commending the bill to honourable members of this House.
Does any member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I shall not keep you long. Mr. Speaker, in my response to the budget address and the condensed thrown speech, I spoke of a particular area that we needed some control over. It was specifically about realtors who, as I understand it, is currently engaged in conveyancing. I would have hoped that the government would have addressed it here, but be that as it may, an understanding that these bills were not only just gazetted, and I hope that we can do that at a later stage in the not too distant future. Mr. Speaker, our lawyers, especially sole practitioners, are having enough difficulty as it is, instead of having to have work taken away from them, legal work, really, taken away from them by real estate agents. Now, Mr. Speaker, that may not necessarily be exactly what has happened, but we know where there's smoke, there's fire. And those who are trained in these areas, others should not be encroaching thereon. Mr. Speaker, I want to see something specifically carved out to prevent that. Because, Mr. Speaker, we know, we have seen it, we have heard of it numerous times. And the minister just said that he has some amendments to address property investments. Mr. Speaker, that's precisely where this conveyancing gets a little twisted, in that I think it's 45 days or 90 days you have to register a transaction, a business sales, for the purposes of payment of taxes, stamp duty. Well, stamp duty. Mr. Speaker, many of us have known of instances where people buy property and then they resell it within that period to avoid the stamp duty fee that is required upon registration. Now, whilst I understand the minister to say, and I believe the Attorney General to say that during the review process, real estate brokers were identified as an area of AML that needs to be addressed. And that's the purpose of this. The sector. Mr. Speaker, the largest opportunity is property investments in this country, because anyone can buy any property they choose. There's no restriction thereon. So I was a little surprised that property investments were not identified, unless they thought that by addressing the real estate brokers that they would capture property investment. But that is not where the biggest possibility of money laundering and the likes happens. It can be between two individuals that becomes a possibility. I haven't seen those amendments circulated at this time, so I don't know how they are going to read. But I certainly want the government to address the matter of conveyancing. Because, Mr. Speaker, my information is very, very reliable. And where there is smoke, there is certainly some degree of heat somewhere else. And, Mr. Speaker, we know that is one industry that we have allowed to just go unrestricted. The realtors, everybody becomes that who are not Caymanian. Mr. Speaker, our reputation is far more important than having them here, or unrestricted. Let me put it that way, unrestricted. And I want to see their ability to do conveyancing and the likes not only truncated, but stopped. True lawyers shouldn't be doing sales either. But certainly we do know that conveyancing is not for everybody either. And therein lies most opportunity for money laundering when that conveyancing is not, especially for fees. I remember Mr. Benson standing on the floor of this legislative assembly many years ago and talking about how we wear our hearts on our sleeves for too many people. We trust people too much. And then it becomes a crisis to get it corrected. Thus, the Minister for the Environment and the Minister for Tourism here today having to join forces to try to correct an issue that was, we believe, was corrected a long time ago. That we reached out. And who's to say that should not fall under AML? Every brother and his sister and aunt starting companies in this country by virtue of fronting by someone else. And so, Mr. Speaker, you know, I don't want to be as too critical of it, but certainly it needs to be done. I mean, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the revenue that we receive in stamp duty thus far for 2018-19, it's $140 million. That's on $1.6 billion, $1.8 billion, that's $70 million in sales commission. You think that is not one of those areas that is extremely tempting? Of course it is. How much are we losing is the question. How many times was it transferred? Was it passed on from one owner to the other before it reached Lansing Survey, the registry office? How many times? We don't know. Mr. Speaker, the fact that these are private negotiations and transactions between two individuals, we don't know. It could have been 4 or 5 times on that property investment, speculation and the likes. We don't know how many times someone paid $40 million for something or $10 million for something on speculation, knowing that someone else is going to buy it from them for 12. And they don't pay the duties on it. And within that period, they have sold it. And we don't know if that person who paid 12 did not buy it on speculation that someone else was going to pay within that 4 to 5 days as well. I think it's 4 to 5 days. Whatever it is, it's a period where and we just roll it over and over and over, Mr. Speaker. how much are we losing? Just like we did with the apartments, that they were only registering the strata of the land and then going into agreements, contractual agreements to build a property, and we were losing. And I did that I brought that to the attention of the government on the previous 2017. To their benefit, the government benefit, they brought it to the House recently, albeit they postponed its implementation till January 1st. I hope it will come. Yeah, my colleague from Bantam West just reminded me that Remax had the highest, Remax Cayman had the highest real estate commission worldwide. I'm not saying people are doing it to us, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying that we need to plug the hole. Because I promise you, Mr. Speaker, if that hole is open, people are going to utilize it. And the people of this country suffers as a result. I don't know how much we're in a boom time right now. The economy is doing good. Not because of the government, but despite the government. And
You mustn't go too far now. I thought you were doing good before.
no, so Mr. Speaker, those are the areas that I believe we need to plug, whether it's good times or bad times, particularly so for bad times when things need to be rolling and this country needs to benefit as a result of transactions going on in this country. People laugh at us because this is the best place to do business if they can see all these loopholes. That's like the two ministers trying to correct a problem at the sandbar. I am still convinced that government needs at least $10 per head of all those who go there. We allow too much to slip through our fingers because we wear our hearts on our sleeve. And I want the government, I would implore the government to, within a short time, change the provision and plug that hole with that conveyancing as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, we are in support to assist because our reputation is at risk. And anything to do with this country and the governance and the betterment of this country, the opposition is available, willing, and ready to assist. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak?
You only need to say that one time. They don't want to get up. Go on.
Does any other member wish to speak? You see what happened in the budget, didn't you? 4 years didn't lost their chance. I know you're the leader. If no other member wishes to speak, I call on the mover to exercise his right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Attorney General for his comments and his support, and also recognize the Leader of the Opposition for his comments and observations. I am not 100% sure, Mr. Speaker, that this law, or perhaps the department itself, could solve that problem by itself. I think it may take between the Department of Commerce, Investment, and perhaps Land Registry. So that what I will say to the member is that I will raise the matter with my team, perhaps set up a meeting with that ministry, with the Land Registry, and see how we can assist or how we can approach this. And I'll be happy to update and get further information from the member at that time. I want to also agree with the Leader of the Opposition that the economy is strong and that we are doing well, but not that it's a boom, but a period of sustained economic growth achieved through proper planning and management of the country by this government. Mr. Speaker, let me also thank my team in the ministry, again, and the Attorney General and his office for their assistance in drafting these amendments. I want to also recognize tonight, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Commerce and Investment and the team there for taking on this supervisory role of the DNFBPs and for their role in keeping us off the blacklist by registering and training all agents and dealers in precious metals with a great level of success. It was not easy, Mr. Speaker. I know that they had an uphill climb in introducing further forms of regulations and supervisory rules over an industry that was previously unsupervised, but they have done a tremendous job at it, and I would like to congratulate them and thank them for their hard work, and to also thank the industry for their cooperation. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and look forward to these amendments being passed.
Is that the bill entitled Trade and Business Licensing Amendment Bill 2019 be given a second reading. All those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Trade and Business Licensing Amendment Bill 2019 has been given a second reading.
The Customs and Border Control Amendment Bill 2019.
Customs and Border Control Amendment Bill 2019. The Honorable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of a bill entitled the Customs and Border Control Amendment Bill 2019, a bill for a law to amend the Customs and Border Control Law 2018, to amend certain definitions in the Customs and Border Control Law 2018, to provide for the imposition and regulation of administrative penalties and for incidental and connected purposes.
The bill has been moved, Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to amend the Customs and Border Control Law 2018 to, among other things, amend certain definitions and provide for the imposition and regulation of administrative penalties. Clause 1 provides the short title of the legislation and contains the commencement provision. Clause 2 amends the definition of bearer negotiable instrument in Section 2 of the Principal Law to include bearer bonds and postal orders. Clause 3 amends Section 12 of the Principal Law to provide that regulations made under that section may prescribe that the contravention of those regulations constitutes an offense for which the person is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $10,000 or to imprisonment for a term of 1 year, or to both, and on conviction on indictment to a fine of $15,000 or to imprisonment for 3 years, or to both. The regulations may also prescribe that a person may be liable to an administrative penalty of a fine not exceeding $10,000, and that the goods in respect of which the offense was committed may be liable to forfeiture. Clause 4 inserts proposed new sections 71A, 71B, 71C, and 71D in the Principal Law. The proposed Section 71A provides for the Director's discretion to impose instead an administrative penalty, notwithstanding that certain penalties are expressed to be mandatory under the Principal Law. The proposed Section 71B provides for the service of the ticket where the Director imposes an administrative penalty, and further provides that the payment of the administrative penalty stated in the ticket within 28 days of being served constitutes a discharge from liability for conviction for the offense. The proposed Section 71C provides for the procedure to be followed in the event that a person chooses not to pay the ticket or where the person does not agree to the ticket. The proposed Section 71D provides that Cabinet may, by order, amend Schedules 1 and 2. Clause 5 amends Section 79 of the Principal Law to provide that the Director may enforce payment of administrative penalties through the appropriate process or by a court ordering such payment. Clause 6 amends Section 80 of the Principal Law to provide that the Director shall keep and maintain a register of administrative penalties imposed under the Principal Law. Clause 7 amends Section 133 of the Principal Law to provide that regulations made under that section may prescribe that the contravention of those regulations constitutes an offense for which the person is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $10,000 or to imprisonment for a term of 1 year, or to both, and on conviction on indictment to a fine of $15,000 or to imprisonment for 3 years, or both. The regulations may also prescribe that a person may be liable to an administrative penalty of a fine not exceeding $10,000, and that the goods in respect of which the offense was committed may be liable to forfeiture. Clause 8 inserts proposed new Schedules 1 and 2 in the Principal Law. The proposed schedule provides for the administrative offenses, the provision of the Principal Law or regulations which sets out the offense, and the administrative penalty for the administrative offense. The proposed Schedule 2 sets out the form of the ticket which is served on the person who is alleged to have committed an administrative offense. And so, Mr. Speaker, this law is principally about bolstering the system which is currently set out in the Principal Law, which allows the Director of and officers of the Customs and Border Control unit to administer is the wrong word, to impose administrative penalties rather than having to go through the long drawn-out process of prosecuting persons for offenses under the law. But obviously, Mr. Speaker, if the individual who is to be fined decides that they would rather the matter be dealt with through the court, the law continues to give them that option. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is hoped that this system will be more effective and more efficient at both deterring people from committing customs and border control offenses, but in the event that they do, that the justice is swift and doesn't tie up the court system with these matters.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If no other member wish to speak, does the Premier wish to close his? Question is,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to thank members of the House for their tacit support.
question is that the Customs and Border Control Amendment Bill 2019 be given a second reading. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. The Customs and Border Control Amendment Bill 2019 has been given a second reading. The House will now go into committee. Please be seated. This is now in committee. And with the leave of the House, may I assume, as usual, we authorize the Attorney General to correct minor errors in these bills, if any. Clerk. Okay. Before we move on, I think we just need to give the table a few minutes. So just awaiting a copy of the relevant amendment. Members, while we wait on the copies, we will move to item, I think the last item, Customs and Border Control. Clerk.
Customs and Border Control Amendment Bill 2019. Clause 1, short title and commencement. Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of the Customs and Border Control Law 2018, interpretation. Clause 3, amendment of Section 12, prohibited and restricted goods. Clause 4, insertion of Section 71A, 71B, 71C, 71D, administrative penalties, service and payment of ticket, etc. Clause 5, amendment of Section 79, recovery of penalties. Clause 6, amendment of Section 80, register. Clause 7, amendment of Section 133, general regulations. Clause 8, insertion of Schedule 1 and 2, administrative offenses, form of ticket.
Question is that clauses 1 through to 8 do stand part of the bill. If nobody's speaking, then all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The clauses 1 to 8 stands part of the bill.
A bill for a law to amend the Customs and Border Control Law 2018 to amend certain definitions in the Customs and Border Control Law 2018 to provide for the imposition and regulations of administrative penalties and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill. The trade and business. I think members have the copies of the amendments. Do members require a few minutes or leader of the opposition? Do you want to move? Or you need 2 minutes? Do you need 2 minutes or 3? We'll allow time, since we just got these copies for members to peruse. No, we still haven't got that amendment as yet. So we'll give members a few minutes to peruse the amendments. I know you all agree, so if you have perused it, then we would examine it, and then you can question from there. Clark, Trade and Business Licensing Amendment Bill.
Trade and Business Licensing Amendment Bill 2019, Clause 1, short title. Take that. Take the vote.
Question is that Clause 1 do stand part of the bill. The short title that is. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Title do stand part of Clause 1 do stand part of the bill.
Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of the Trade and Business Licensing Law, 2019 revision, interpretation. There's an amendment to that.
Clause 2.
Yes, sir.
There is an amendment to Clause 2.
Yeah, thanks.
The Honorable the Minister of Commerce. That's interpretation, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 52(1) and 2, I, the Honorable Joseph Hugh, Minister of Commerce, Planning and Infrastructure, give notice to move the following amendments to the Trade and Business License Amendment Bill 2019. 2. That the bill is amended in Clause 2 as follows. A, by inserting after the definition of the word DNFBP the following definitions. Open quote, competent authority, close quote, has the meaning given in Section 2, parentheses 1, close parentheses, of the Proceeds of Crime Law 2019 revision. Open quote, economic resources, close quote, means assets of every kind, comma, whether tangible or intangible, comma, movable or immovable, comma, which are not funds but can be used to obtain funds, comma, goods or services. Open quote, financing, close quote, means the provision of funds or economic resources. Open quote, funds, close quote, means financial assets and benefits of every kind, comma, including A, cash, comma, checks, comma, claims on money, comma, drafts, comma, money orders and other payment instruments. B, deposits with relevant institutions or other persons, comma, balances on accounts, comma, debts and debt obligations. C, publicly and privately traded securities and debt instruments, comma, including stocks and shares, comma, certificates representing securities, comma, bonds, comma, notes, comma, warrants, comma, debentures and derivatives products. D, interest, comma, dividends and other income on or value accruing from or generated by assets. E, credit, comma, rights of, set off, comma, guarantees, comma, performance bonds and other financial commitments. F, letters of credit, comma, bills of lading and bills of sale. G, documents providing evidence of an interest in funds or financial resources. And H, any other instrument of export financing. Open quote, proliferation financing, close quote, means the financing of A, the development of production, or B, the facilitation of the development of production, comma, of nuclear, comma, radiological, comma, biological or chemical weapons or systems for their delivery, close quote, and B, by deleting the definition of, open quote, property investment, close quote.
Question is that Clause 2 do stand part of the bill. Yes, I'm going to that. That it do stand part of the bill, but is open for debate.
Mr. Chairman, can they say why they're removing property investment?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, as I said earlier in my presentation, the property investment created some issues, and it was not actually in the recommendations from the report. And so we decided to delete that from the amendments.
Mr. Chairman, surely property investment is one of the areas that would potentially, we could potentially have concerns, is it not?
Mr. Chairman, in the sense where you are allowed to sell or purchase two properties, not including the one that you reside in, that creates an issue, and property development is already defined in the law. So there was no need for property investment. It created issues or further issues that we couldn't, that we decided it was best to just remove it because it wasn't needed in the first place. All other areas are covered or regulated by a supervising authority.
But certainly, Mr. Chairman, wouldn't that property investment, wouldn't it cover speculative purchases?
Property investment is anyone buying a home or a condo, even people that buy one to stay for a few weeks out of the year and then hold, you don't need to be licensed to do that. In all instances, most instances go through a real estate agent. It's not developers. You're not developing and selling. You're not, if you buy a piece of land, you shouldn't need a license to just buy a piece of land.
But the bill exempts for that purpose if you're just buying a piece of land for the purposes of building a house or it would already do that. Anyway, I guess that's being amended because the property investment definition is being amended too. I thought, Mr. Chairman, I guess if we I think one time Mr. Miller was saying that we need to number those, control those transfer papers by sequential numbering, and that way then we may be able to control it when people are, but that would have to be done through the land registry law, I believe. Well, we already threw that out the window because I think which one it was we amended during the last administration. It was always that you could buy two apartments in this country without a license. We increased that to 4 or 5, something like that, didn't we, AG? We increased that to 4, I believe. And what people are doing is investing in that and then renting them out as investments. And that's where we have the potential of money laundering.
But the property investment, speaking of like you just described, the person buys, if you were to buy 1 or 2 condos, apartments to rent, you do not necessarily need to be supervised under this regime for that. As we said, if you sell 2 properties or buy 2 properties, not including your home, then you're exempt from this. But if we put in property investment, that means every person that comes in to invest in a property would need to go through all of the regulatory. When it comes to AML CFT, they would have to then become compliant with that, which would be overburdening for just purchasing a condo to invest in it, or a piece of land.
Mr. Chairman, I understand the free enterprise and all that, and everybody. Very few places in the world you can go and purchase a property without restrictions. If you're a foreigner, yeah, that's what I was going on to say. This may unnecessarily affect someone or adversely affect someone who is Caymanian and has the ability to invest in property, and whether it's apartments or land or whatever. But
so sorry, Mr. Chairman, through you to further clarify, if you are not purchasing more or selling more than 2 properties per year, not including the home that you reside in, you are exempted from the license.
But that's being deleted.
So what's being deleted?
What you're just saying. The one that
so it's
two homes or 2 properties, not including the one that you're deleting that.
So we're taking it, so because we're taking out property investment altogether.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But where I have a difficulty is that we do not do due diligence on people who come to this country. And you're including you just read, and we're talking about
Mr. Chair, no, we do due diligence on persons. The CIRIBA, as a matter of fact, has a very rigorous due diligence framework. And most people who buy properties in the instances mentioned by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition would buy property through a real estate agent who is required to be a gatekeeper for AML purposes under the law. So there is enough know your customer framework or issues in place to prevent that sort of a breakdown that he's mentioning there. There's rigorous system. The real estate persons are, as the minister mentioned, they are classified under DNFBPs, designated non-financial and professional business, and they are required to observe all the anti-money laundering regulations. It is not an easy process, and if it is done through an attorney, it's the same sort of thing about knowing the customer. All of those boxes have to be ticked before you can complete a transaction. And we're now trying to bring the land registry into scope to make sure that they also act as gatekeepers for some of those things, just in case anything is missed.
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify what the Honorable Attorney General is saying, in the case of conveyancing, just to give an example, if one private individual were transferring property to another, where would the requirement for the AML, the requirements then fall? Who's responsible for that, for requesting that?
AG?
Yeah, I am not so sure. You usually those persons usually a real estate agent and or an attorney, if that's what you're asking. Are you talking about the two persons just doing the same between themselves?
Just two people, two private individuals doing it between themselves. Is there a catch there as well, just in case? Say, for example, I wanted to sell a Leader of the Opposition piece of property and we did the transaction ourselves. Is there then some... Well, if he could afford it, yeah. But is there some regime there that is going to catch that and require then the due diligence?
No, and I don't think there was a sort of that thing that we would monitor, but presumably somewhere at somewhere along the line you will have to disclose where he would have to disclose where the money comes from or something. I am not so sure about how that works. But those are not what we're trying to capture here. What we're trying to capture is persons who are involved in it as a business, what we call relevant financial business, under Schedule 6, as the Honourable Minister mentioned. So where it is being done on a commercial scale, then clearly the expectation is that the usual due diligence checks would be done for those. And so, but you can have people who transfer things for love and affection and all of that. But those are things that wouldn't necessarily covered in this kind of framework.
Who, and this may be the Attorney General can help me here, who, whilst the real estate industry is the authority, AML authority is DCI. And you said there's a robust AML process that the realtors have to go through. Who verifies that? DCI on every transaction or Lanson Survey?
Verify the transaction?
No, verifies that this is what is good and proper, not good and proper, but a fit and proper person haven't been approved by the realtor.
No.
DCI is a gatekeeper for the licensing framework.
Okay, but DCI does not. No. Does DCI, between having renewed that license or issued that license and the next time it needs to be renewed, do they verify all of those? How do they audit that? Maybe it's the easiest way to say it. To ensure that they are compliant with the AML.
Chairman, through you, DCI do carry out site visits, and they do what they call on-site inspections. So they have continued to do that. We went through the registration process, and then after the registration process, they continue to do on-site.
And that on site, and I'm trying to see if this.
Yeah, there's an initial registration for your licensing, and then you have what we call ongoing monitoring to make sure that you are compliant. So they might do on-site inspection to make sure that you have manuals in place, so that you can flag potential money laundering. If someone walks into a broker and try to buy land with $100,000 in cash, does the broker have something in place that would flag that as a potential money laundering exercise. And they are trained as well. There's a training workshop or seminar that they go to that also train them to recognize these things when they see them. And so it's an ongoing monitoring process. And they have manuals and all of that. So, I mean, that's essentially how it works.
And they audit them on a regular basis. Not for manuals now, or to see if they are compliant with the, to train their people on it. That I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about transactions. Is there a monitoring process for that, or auditing process for that?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think what the leader opposition is trying to find out, and let me see if I can give you a scenario I personally experienced, so you can see how what's being done. Once the real estate goes to or prints off the internet, the LS6 transfer form, I think it is, from Lands and Survey, and they fill out only the top part and put no date in it, and they give it to the person who's purchasing the land. That person can sell that 10 times, and there's no way of government knowing when the first sale was taking place. I have sold an apartment in Northside. 10 years later, I got a letter from from one of the biggest law firms in town, asking me to sign a new transfer, the same form, right, with today's date on it. And I refused to do it. Wrote them back a nice letter and told them I have a copy of the original thing. If they want a copy of that, that's fine, but I'm not signing in a new transfer, because the person was selling it to somebody and they wanted to avoid the penalties after the 45 days. The government itself, the piece of land that the age dock is on, was owned by the general up at Caymankai, calls himself a general anyway. I went to him to get 50 feet from him and 50 feet from the Whitakers in 1987, I think it was, or 88. And he told me in front of a witness that he had sold the land to Selkirk 2 years before that. I went to Mr. Selkirk Walker and said, Mr. Selkirk Walker, do you now own this piece of land? Because we want to do a transaction with you, right? Selkirk told me, as I already said, I sold that to somebody, but I don't remember who I sold it to. So somewhere out there, there's a person who has a document that is guaranteed ownership by the Cayman Islands government, that has the first part completed. No, the person, he still owned it. Nina Island, the story not finished yet. Then the same general come back to Cayman here in the late 90s, check land registry and see he still owns it and sold it to government. So there's somebody out there that has this completed thing. What's going to happen when they show up at the register and say, with all the forms filled out now, legitimately dated everything, and, well, I hope so. But I think the point we're trying, and I have suggested a long time ago, that the simple way around that is to number the LS forms. And if a real estate company gets 10, you can't get any more until those 10 are turned in, because you shouldn't need any more than the transactions. But the real estate lobby will not allow that, because I think the problem is, how are you going to monitor how many times they sold something before it is turned in to the government?
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, that's I hear the members and accept what they're saying. It's unfortunate that's more of a land transfer issue rather than a licensing regime.
If they are the authority, how we call that? The public authority regulator. competent authority, then they must, I believe, be confident that those who they regulate are compliant with that law, and they're not under the law. They have the responsibility to ensure that money laundering, terrorist finance, and what have you, what not, is every one of those that they are regulating is in compliance with it. And in the absence of auditing them on a regular basis, they cannot verify that.
Mr. Chair, I'm not so sure I agree with you, honorable member.
Well, you don't have to.
The truth is that there is a fairly robust system in place to deal with AML. Money laundering comes on to the sale and purchase of real estate, and that goes all the way up to the bank where the money is being deposited. And so when our system was stress tested 2 years ago by the CFATF, FATF, they were satisfied that where the sort of breakdown was as it relates mostly to developers being able to sell directly to clients and don't have a real estate license. So persons would be developing large complex and then sell directly to clients. Whereas the usual thing is that you should sell those through a real estate agent who's licensed and is regulated for ML purposes and so. So that was the main weakness. And the law has been amended to address that loophole and so. And some of these other amendments that the minister just articulated is a further tightening up of some of those and so. But the person who came with trained eyes and eagle eyes to look at the system as it relates to the real estate transactions, they were fairly comfortable that apart from some minor weaknesses, the system itself was in order.
So, Mr. Chairman, in that regard, if it's through the bank, you're saying that robust system is in place through the bank. Pardon me? Yeah, the bank would know that money, that check has been deposited, but they don't know about the cash that you're saying is part of it. Is part of those funds, the definition of funds, because the transaction has to be done through some exchange of funds. And financing means the provision of funds or economic resources. So somebody is financing it through funds, and funds definition is cash and what have you, but bank don't get cash. Not that kind anyhow. They'll get the check and they'll get the other instruments and balances on accounts, debt obligations, all that kind of stuff. Traded securities, debt instruments, and guarantee performance bonds and all that, but they're not gonna get cash. So,
Mr. Chair.
That's where, as you well know, Mr. AG, that is precisely where these transactions occur. A lot of it is done through cash.
Mr. Chair, hopefully, in the on-site inspections, Mr. Chair, which the DCI have done over 20 of these since October, they do take sample transactions and look at how the AML policies and procedures are applied to those transactions. They actually take it as far as narrowing it down to the ultimate beneficial owner in those. So it's a very robust inspection process that they do.
think we had finished clause 2. I think we must have ventilated this now that we could move on.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Clap. 2.
We got to take the vote on amendment.
Hmm?
We got to take the vote on amendment.
Yeah.
And then the clause is amended.
Question is that the amendment stands part of the clause. All in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Amendment stands part of the clause. Question is now that the clause stands part of the bill. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? The ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill.
Clause 3, amendment of section 3 of the principal law application.
Clause 3? Minister? Being deleted.
Amendment that the bill be amended by deleting clause 3.
Question is that clause 3 of the bill be deleted. All in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Clause 3 is deleted. Minister? Clause. Sorry. You called it. The question is that clause 3 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill, although there was an amendment. That's why we have to get these standing orders amended.
Clause 4, amendment of section 18 of the principal law application for grant or renewal of a license.
There's an amendment to clause 4. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That the bill be amended in clause 4 as follows. A in paragraph, open parentheses, A close parentheses, comma, by deleting the word open bracket and close bracket. B by renumbering paragraph, open parentheses, B, close parentheses, as paragraph, open parentheses, E, close parentheses. And C by inserting after paragraph, open parentheses, A, close parentheses, the following paragraphs. B in subsection, open parentheses, 2E, close parentheses, open parentheses, A, close parentheses, comma, by deleting the words, open bracket, or government agency, and close bracket, and substituting the words, open bracket, government agency, comma, supervisory authority, or competent authority for anti-money laundering, comma, counter-proliferation financing or counter-terrorist financing purposes. And C in subsection, open bracket, 2F, close bracket, comma, by deleting the words, open quote, government, department, or public authority, close quote, and substituting the words, open quote, government agency, comma, public authority, comma, supervisory authority or competent authority for anti-money laundering, comma, counter-proliferation financing or counter-terrorism financing purposes, comma, and close parentheses, and, sorry, close quote, and D, by inserting after subsection, open parentheses, 2G, close parentheses, the following subsection. 2GA. The board may, comma, to the extent that information is required by a supervisory authority or a competent authority for the anti-money laundering, comma, counter-proliferation financing or counter-terrorist financing purposes, comma, share through the Secretariat any information held by the Secretariat where subsections, open bracket 2E, close bracket, open bracket A, close bracket, and B, and open bracket B, close bracket, have been satisfied, close quote, and that's it.
The amendment has been duly moved. Does any member wish to speak? If no member wish to speak, the question is that the amendment stand part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the clause. The question is now that clause 4 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. The clause 4 as amended stands part of the bill. Amendment.
Clause 5, amendment of section 19 of the principal law, restriction of grant or renewal of a license.
Clause 5, the minister. Clause 5, right? Yeah. I go 6. And then 6.
There's no amendment to 6.
Huh?
There's no amendment to 6.
Okay. But it's not said that the bill would be amended by Division Clause 7. Oh, that's. So what is this again?
Oh, he's called it already. Clause 5, that the bill be amended in Clause 5 by deleting paragraph B and substituting the following paragraph. B, in subsection, open bracket 1A, close bracket, open bracket B, close bracket, comma, by deleting the words, open quote, and labor relations, close quote, and substituting the words, open quote, labor relations, comma, anti-money laundering, counterterrorism proliferation, financing, and counterterrorism financing, close quote.
Honorable Minister, from mine, I just want to make sure that it's not a big issue, but it says anti-money laundering, counter proliferation, not counterterrorism proliferation. Ms. A.G., is that right?
Yeah,
that wording is right?
There's counter-proliferation.
Sorry?
There's counter-proliferation as well as counter.
Counter. And counter-terrorist financing. You see how the wording is there? Is
Counter-proliferation financing and counter-terrorist financing.
yeah, it doesn't say terrorist twice.
No.
Is that what is meant?
It is, okay, sir.
Okay.
Labor relations, anti-money laundering, counter-proliferation financing, and counter-terrorist financing. So the proliferation part of it is...
The amendment has been moved. Does any member wish to speak? If no member wishes to speak, the question now is that the amendment stand part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the clause. The question now is that clause 5 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Clause 5 as amended stand part of the bill.
Clause 6, amendment of section 29 of the principal law, suspension or revocation of license.
All we need to do here is to take a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Clause 6 stands part of the bill.
Clause 7, amendment of Schedule 1, Part B of the Principal Law, fees.
The Minister.
The principal law is amended in Part B of Schedule 1 under the heading Open quote Trades and Technical close quote by inserting after item 17 the following item.
He's supposed to read it.
Open quote 17A, dealer in precious metals and stones, being a person who buys or sells precious metals, precious stones or jewelry in the course of its business activities for a business with 800 square feet or less of selling area. 200 for a business with 801 to 1,200 square feet. Yeah, $200, sorry. Feet or less selling area. $200 for a business with 801 to
It should be for a business with 800
square feet.
It's 200.
Minister, is that not reading being a person who buys or sells precious metals, precious stones, or jewelry in the course of his business activities for a business with 800 square feet or less of selling area? That is $200.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. My apologies, Mr. Chairman. For a business with 801 to 1,200 square feet of selling area, $450. For a business with 1,201 to 1,500 square feet of selling area, $1,200. For a business with 1,501 to 2,000 square feet of selling area, $2,000. For a business with 2,001 to 4,000 square feet of selling area, $3,000. And for a business with more than 4,000 square feet of selling area, $4,000.
The amendment has been duly moved. Does any member wish to speak thereto? If no member wishes to speak, the question is that the amendment stand part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the clause. The question is now that Clause 7, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Clause 7, as amended, stands part of the bill.
There's an amendment that is long title, which he hasn't moved before I read it.
There is an amendment to the title, as I understand it.
That is
Honorable
correct,
Minister.
yeah. That the bill be amended in the long title by deleting the words, open quote, categories of property investors and, close quote, and substituting the words, open quote, categories of, close quote.
Category or categories?
Category, sorry, of.
Yes, yes, yes.
My apologies.
Question is that
I can read it as amended.
the whole thing?
No, you don't have to.
You can just read it.
Sorry, you're going to get this. A bill for a law to amend the Trade and Business Licensing Law 2019 revision to provide for new requirements in respect of an applicant who is a DNFBP or who intends to carry on DNFBP business, to provide for the board to suspend or revoke a license where it receives a notice from a supervisory authority, to create a new license category of and dealer in precious metals and stones, and for incidental and connected purposes.
Stands as question is that the title stands part of the bill. All those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill. Now you go.
Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2019, Clause 1, short titling commencement.
AG. There is, yeah. So what we taking? Question is that clause 1 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Clause 2, amendment of Section 3 of the Freedom of Information Law 2018 revision, application.
AG.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, in accordance with the provision of Standing Order 52, 1 and 2, I beg to move the following amendment to the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2019, that the bill be amended in Clause 2 by deleting the words in quote, the Freedom of Information Law 2018 revision, close, and substituting the words the Freedom of Information Law 2018 revision, comma, in this law referred to as the principal law, close quote. That the bill
Sir.
Amendment of Section 3.
2A is a new clause. No, do it at the end. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, so he finished moving his. So the question is that the amendments start part of the clause, same process.
Which amendment? Question is that the amendment do stand part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Amendment stands part of the clause. AG? You're going to...
Clause 2.
Question is that clause 2 as amended do stand part of the bill. All those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. You've got to get it.
Clause 3, amendment of Section 26 of the Freedom of Information Law 2018 revision, granting access to exempt information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I beg to move the following amendments. Clause 3. A, by deleting the words Freedom of Information Law 2018 revision in the section header. And B, by deleting the words Freedom of Information Law 2018 revision in the clause and substituting the words the principal law.
Question is that the amendments stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the clause. All the question is that the amendments stand part. Question is that Clause 3, as amended, do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Clause 3 as amended do stand part of the bill.
A new clause 2A, amendment of section 23 of the principal law, records relating to personal information.
Thank you, Chair. I hope this is right.
That's the confusion, because the clause, the new clause, which I think would come at the end, is in the body of the amendment. So that's what the confusion was for me just now. AG, yeah.
The bill be amended by inserting mail for clause 2 the following. Amendment of section 23 of the principal law, records relating to personal information. 2A, the principal law is amended in section 23 as follows. In subsection 1, by deleting the words natural person and substituting the word individual, and B, by repealing subsection 5 and substituting the following subsection. Where the Data Protection Law 2017 does not permit disclosure or publication of a record or any part of a public record, that record or part of the public record shall be exempt from disclosure under subsection 1 and section 26 shall not apply. In short, Mr. Chair, the first one is we taking out the word natural person and use the more forensic language individual in the law. And secondly, in the second part of it, usually where the data protection law, if you apply for certain information that is not permissible under the data protection law, then the Freedom of Information law would not allow that information to be disclosed either. So that is basically trying to realign these two legislation. If it's not available under the data protection law, it's not available under the FOI law.
The amendment has been moved. Is there? If there is no debate, then question is that the new clause 2 do stand part, that the amendment do stand part of the bill. Those against? The ayes have it. The new amendment stands part of the bill. It's a question now is that the new clause 2A do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. New clause 2A as amended stand part of the bill.
A bill for a law to amend the Freedom of Information Law 2018 revision by replacing reference to the former Customs Department with the name of the newly established Customs and Border Control Service, by removing from the application of the public interest test in section 26.1 exempt records under section 19.1A of the law, to prevent the unintended disclosure of cabinet and national security exempted records, and for incidental and connected purposes.
Question is that the title do now stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say no. The ayes have it. The title now stands part of the bill. This ends our business in committee. Out of an abundance of caution, question is that the bills be reported to the House. All in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. The bills will be reported to the House. The House resumes its sitting. Please be seated.
Report on bills. The Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2019.
Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that a bill entitled the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2019 was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed with amendments.
The Trade and Business Licensing Amendment Bill 2019.
The Honorable Minister for Commerce.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to report that a committee of the whole House has considered the bill shortly entitled Trade and Business Licensing Amendment Bill 2019, and it was passed with amendments.
The Customs and Border Control Amendment Bill 2019.
The Honorable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I am to report that a bill shortly entitled the Customs and Border Control Amendment Bill 2019 was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendment.
You're not doing a third reading? Suspension. Okay. Honorable members, I'm in your hands, but while we're here, our break is getting colder. Premier, you want to?
We're not doing that. We can take 15 minutes. We're not debating that.
All right. Good to hear.
Motion. Motions. Government motion number 1 of 2020-2021, amendment to the development plan, proposed rezoning, to be moved by the Honorable Minister of Commerce, Planning and Infrastructure.
Premier, where?
By the bakery, south of the bakery.
South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move Government Motion Number 1, 2020 to 2021, Amendment to Development Plan, Proposed Development Plan 1997, proposed rezoning.
Question is that comment motion number one, the Minister of Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Section 10.2 of the Development and Planning Law 2017 revision, I wish to lay on the table of this Honorable House a proposal to change the zoning of a part of West Bay, Block 4D, parcels 514 and 515, from medium-density residential to neighborhood commercial. Mr. Speaker, Block 4D, parcels 514 and 515 are located on Badabanu Road, just over 400 feet west of the intersection with the Estler-Tibbetts Highway. This undeveloped site, Mr. Speaker, is surrounded by a mixture of land uses and road networks. The intention of the owner is to have the parcels rezoned to neighborhood commercial to subsequently allow for a commercial center and a gas station. Mr. Speaker, the Central Planning Authority received a request to consider an amendment to the 1997 Development Plan for a change from medium-density residential to neighborhood commercial on February 21, 2018. Mr. Speaker, the procedural background of the rezone application can be summarized as follows. The original request proposed to rezone Block 4D parcels 130, 199, and 200 from medium-density residential to neighborhood commercial. On February 21, 2018, the Central Planning Authority considered the request and resolved to only amend the sections of parcels 4D 199 and 4D 200 and forward the proposal for the required 60-day notice and advertising period per Section 11.2 of the Development and Planning Law. Mr. Speaker, on August 10, 2018, the applicant wrote to the Central Planning Authority to inform them that a new survey had been completed and new parcels had been registered which aligned with the proposed rezone area. On August 22, 2018, the Central Planning Authority considered the request to rezone the new parcels 4D 514 and 4D 515 from medium-density residential to neighborhood commercial. It was again resolved to forward the proposal for the required 60-day notice and advertising period per Section 11.2 of the Development and Planning Law. So, Speaker, the notice period commenced on August 29, 2018 and concluded on November 3, 2018, during which time no letters of objections were received by the Department of Planning. Following the notice period, Mr. Speaker, the authority again considered the proposed amendment on November 14, 2018, and it was resolved to forward the proposed amendments of the development plan to the Ministry of Commerce, Planning and Infrastructure for onward transmission to the Legislative Assembly for review and consideration. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to say that on the 9th of July 2019, Cabinet resolved to refer the proposed amendment to the 1997 Development Plan on to the Legislative Assembly for consideration. Mr. Speaker, additional information supplied in support of this amendment request is as follows: a written summary of the rezoning application and a map illustrating the location of the proposed rezone. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I ask for the support of this Honorable House to approve the alteration to the zoning area of registration section West Bay Northwest, Block 4D, parcels 514, and Block 4D, parcels 515, from medium-density residential to neighborhood commercial. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, I would be more satisfied if you took the two resolved sections and read them as it is in the motion. the motion from the body of the motion itself. Give him from the motion. I don't think he got that motion. He never read it.
No, he needs to read it. He needs to read the whole motion.
I think, Honorable Minister, I think while you have done an excellent job in explaining, and I now myself even know where it is, I would prefer if you would read the body of the motion, whereas it's basically all the information you just gave, but read it out in the section, okay. He getting it, because I'm going to need this. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas, let me just give the whole title. Government Motion Number 1, 2019, Amendment to the Development Plan 1997, Proposed Rezoning. West Bay Northwest, Block 4D, Parcels 514 and 515, formerly Block 4D, Parcel 199, Block 4D, Parcel 200, and a section of Block 4D, Parcel 130. Whereas, on the 21st of February 2018, CPA/04/18, item 3.2, the Central Planning Authority, the CPA, originally considered the request to amend the development plan from medium-density residential to neighborhood commercial over a section of Block 4D, parcels 130 and 199, and Block 4D, parcels 200. At this meeting, it was resolved to commence the rezone process for Block 4D, parcel 199 and 200 only. And whereas the applicant subsequently wrote to the CPA on March 9, 2018, to ask that the application be put on hold until a new survey could be done and the parcel boundaries reconfigured to align with the original proposed rezone area. And whereas on the 22nd of August 2018, CPA/19/18, item 3.1, the Central Planning Authority, CPA, again considered the request to amend the development plan from medium-density residential to neighborhood commercial over Block 4D, parcels 130, 199, and 200. It was resolved to only commence the rezone process for Block 4D, parcels 514 and 515, and it was resolved to support the rezoning application. And whereas the proposed amendments were duly advertised in the Cayman Compass on the 29th and 31st of August 2018 and the 3rd and 4th of September 2018, in accordance with Section 11.2 of the Development and Planning Law 2005 revision, and persons were invited to view the application at the Department of Planning for comment. During the 60-day comment period, no letters of objection were received on the proposed amendment. And whereas on the 14th of November 2018, CPA 25/18, item 3.1, the Central Planning Authority again considered the proposal and resolved to forward the rezone to the Ministry of Commerce, Planning and Infrastructure for onward transmission to the Legislative Assembly for consideration. And whereas on the 9th of July 2019, Cabinet considered the rezoning proposal and approved that the matter be submitted to the Legislative Assembly for consideration. Be it now therefore resolved that in accordance with Section 10.2b of the Development and Planning Law 2017 revision, the Central Planning Authority hereby recommends and submits to the Legislative Assembly the following proposal for alteration to the Development Plan 1997, a summary and maps of which are attached hereto. And be it further resolved to alter the zoning area of registration section West Bay Northwest, Block 4D, parcels 514, and Block 4D, parcels 515, from medium-density residential to neighborhood commercial.
Question is, be it now therefore resolved that in accordance in Section 10(2)B of the Development and Planning Law 2017 revision, the Central Planning Authority hereby recommends and submits to the Legislative Assembly the following proposal for alteration to the Development Plan 1997, a summary and maps of which are attached hereto, and be it further resolved to alter the zoning area of registration section West Bay Northwest, Block 4D, Parcel 514, and Block 4D, Parcel 515, from medium density residential to neighborhood commercial. The motion is now open for debate. If no one rises, I'll call on the minister to exercise his right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to thank members for their tacit support.
Question now then is, be it now therefore resolved that in accordance in Section 10(2)B of the Development and Planning Law 2017 revision, the Central Planning Authority hereby recommends and submits to the Legislative Assembly the following proposal for alteration to the Development Plan 1997, a summary and maps of which are attached hereto, and be it further resolved to alter the zoning area of registration section West Bay Northwest, Block 4D, Parcel 514, and Block 4D, Parcel 515, from medium density residential to neighborhood commercial. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Government motion number 1 is duly passed.
Government motion number 2 of 2021, the Ombudsman Law 2017, amendment of Schedule 2, Order 2019, to be moved by the Honorable Attorney General, ex officio member responsible for the portfolio of legal affairs.
The Honorable the Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following government motion. Motion number 2 of 2019-2020, titled the Ombudsman Law 2017 Amendment of Schedule 2, Order 2019. Mr. Speaker, the motion reads, whereas Section 8.1 of the Ombudsman Law 2017 states that the Ombudsman shall perform the functions specified in Ombudsman Law and the other laws listed in the schedule thereto, and whereas Schedule 2 of the Ombudsman Law contains a list of the laws in respect of which the Ombudsman has responsibility, namely the Complaints Maladministration Law 2014 revision, the Whistleblower Protection Law 2015 Part 2, the Freedom of Information Law 2015 revision Part 2, the Police Complaints of Public Law 2017 Part 3, and whereas the Data Protection Law 2017 ought to now be included in Schedule 2 of the Ombudsman Law, and whereas Section 8.4 of the Ombudsman Law states that the Cabinet may by order, subject to affirmative resolution, amend Schedule 2, and whereas Cabinet on October 22nd, 2019 approved the attached draft order for the proposed amendment to Schedule 2 to add the Data Protection Law for transmission to the Legislative Assembly for consideration, be it now therefore resolved that the Legislative Assembly affirms the attached order to amend Schedule 2 of the Ombudsman Law for the addition of the Data Protection Law to the said schedule.
Question is that be it now therefore resolved that the Legislative Assembly affirms the attached order to amend Schedule 2 of the Ombudsman Law for the addition of the Data Protection Law to the said Schedule 2. Honorable AG, are you speaking to the...
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier this morning, or this afternoon, I think, I laid the order on the table of this House. So I now rise, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 8.4 of the Ombudsman Law, to deal with this motion. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking to move this motion with a view to the Assembly by way of an affirmative resolution to vote and thereby give approval to amend Schedule 2 of the said law by the addition of the data protection laws, one of the laws in respect of which the Ombudsman has responsibility. Mr. Speaker, according to Section 8.1 of the Ombudsman Law, that office, meaning the Ombudsman Office, has responsibility for the monitoring and enforcement of the functions listed in certain laws. Those laws, Mr. Speaker, are listed in Schedule 2 of the Ombudsman Law, and they include the Whistleblower Protection Law, the Freedom of Information Law, and the Police Complaints by the Public Law. However, Mr. Speaker, the Data Protection Law, which recently came into operation, is not listed in Schedule 2. The Ombudsman is responsible for the functions falling under this law. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, for clarity and completeness, it is necessary to include the data protection law in the schedule by way of an amendment to the schedule. Section 8.4 of the Ombudsman Law sets out, Mr. Speaker, how to amend the schedule. It provides that the Cabinet may, by order, subject to affirmative resolution by the LA, amend Schedule 2. Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet on the 22nd of October 2019 approved the order, which is now before this House for an affirmative resolution. I therefore seek, Mr. Speaker, the support of honorable members in approving the order and thereby amending Schedule 2 of the Ombudsman Law to add the data protection law to that schedule as one of the laws, Mr. Speaker, that falls under the responsibility of the Ombudsman.
The motion is open for debate. Any member wishing to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does the Honorable Attorney General wish to exercise his right?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I thank all honorable members for their support in agreeing to the motion and thereby amending the Ombudsman Law to include the data protection law in that schedule as one of the laws for which the Ombudsman has responsibility. Thank you.
Question is, be it now therefore resolved that the Legislative Assembly affirms the attached order to amend Schedule 2 of the Ombudsman's Law for the addition to the Data Protection Law to the said Schedule 2. All those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Government motion number 2 is duly passed. The Honorable, the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I move the adjournment of this honorable House, I wish to move the suspension of Standing Order 24-5, which reads as follows: subject to the exceptions specified in paragraph 9. 9, no member shall make a motion unless he has given notice in writing of that motion either at some previous sitting of the House or to the clerk, not less than 5 clear days prior to the commencement of the meeting of the House at which such motion is to be made. And, Mr. Speaker, the purpose of moving that suspension of that standing order is to be able to introduce the motion on the proposed constitutional amendments for consideration by this House tomorrow morning. I have had conversation with Madam Clerk and with your good self regarding that. The motion has been approved by your good self, and I have asked Madam Clerk to circulate it together with the draft order in council. Although that and the letter which accompanied it were actually laid on the table of this Honorable House by myself previously, but members may not have had an opportunity to get a copy. So I've arranged for those to be copied so that members can have them overnight. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of this Honorable House until 10 a.m.
You want to move the suspension?
Oh, we need a vote on the suspension.
Yes. Question is that Standing Order 24-5 be suspended in order to take the government resolution tomorrow morning. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. Standing Order 24-5 is hereby suspended. Adjournment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all honorable members for the hard work and cooperation over the course of the last 30 days, as we have had a very arduous Finance Committee, and to thank also the many civil servants and members of statutory authorities and boards who have also come along and labored with us late into the night. I think we have done an excellent job of scrutinizing what is the biggest budget the country has ever known. And again, Mr. Speaker, I thank everyone who allowed that process to go forward in such an efficient and effective manner. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of this Honorable House until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Question is that this Honorable Legislative Assembly do hereby adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. All those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This Honorable Legislative Assembly stands adjourned.